بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear colleagues, friends, researchers, students, and honorable guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. I welcome you to the 5th Annual Women in Data Science Conference at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. Today, we gather in the spirit of empowerment, education, and progress, celebrating women's remarkable contribution to data science and technology. It is exciting to have you all here today, and I look forward to hearing about the progress of the conference, the valuable connections that will be made, and insightful discoveries that will emerge. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to those who are joining us via live streaming from all around the world. Data science has seen remarkable growth, revolutionizing research, knowledge across a range of disciplines at KFUPM. In the past 3 years alone, we have introduced over 92 new programs in cutting-edge fields. And since I'm the Dean of the College of Computing and Mathematics, allow me to market for some of those programs. Among the most popular and successful programs at KFUPM are the ones offered at our college. Example, artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity, blockchain, quantum computing, and of course, data science. That's about it for marketing, so let's go back to KFUPM. Right, KFUPM has been a pioneer in integrating AI into its curriculum. We did that 4 years ago, even before the surge of interest that spurred in technologies like GPTs and large language models. Every student in KFUPM is required to learn AI and AI fundamentals before diving into their specific discipline. As we continue to leverage the power of AI and data science, we are not only pushing the boundaries of academic and scientific inquiry, but also laying a robust foundation for informed decision and innovative solutions to complex global problems for our students to work on and tackle in the future. At KFUPM, we firmly believe in the power of diversity to drive innovation and progress. We recognize the immense talent, creativity, and expertise that women bring to the table, and we are committed to providing them with every opportunity to thrive and excel in every field. And today is the day for them to excel in data science. At this venue, we are privileged to witness exceptional work presented by remarkable women in data science from governmental, industrial, and educational sectors. We hope that these presentations will inspire you to deepen your involvement in this dynamic field. We encourage you to build lasting connections with your peers and mentors here. Take full advantage of the opportunities to engage and learn, and be inspired as well. Let's make the most of our time together, ensuring that it is both productive and enriching. Thank you for joining us in this celebration for Women in Data Science, and I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring experience ahead today. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adil, and thanks to the university for their ultimate support. For our first keynote speaker, I would like to introduce for you Dr. Babiel Bouanen. She is an assistant professor of cloud computing and artificial intelligence at Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University, where she also serves as the Vice Dean of e-learning and distance learning. She is the chair of the AI Governance Association in Saudi Arabia. She holds a PhD in cloud computing and artificial intelligence, and has a strong background in machine learning, data privacy, and IoT. So please welcome with me Dr. Babia.
Yeah, working. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. حياكم الله جميعا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My name is Babiel Bouanen. Today, inshallah, we will talk about the ethical considerations for AI systems. We will talk about AI systems life cycle and also the ethical principles of AI systems, governance of AI systems, and we will talk about the AI governance areas, how to audit the AI, and what are the levels of AI governance. Let's begin with AI system life cycle. AI systems is a set of predictive models and also advanced algorithm that can analyze data and predict the future. AI system life cycle split into 4 phases. Let's begin with the planning and designing, then data collection and pre-processing of this data, then model building, deployment and validation, and deployment and monitoring. This is the last phase. In the first phase, in the planning and designing, here we will define the problem. We will select the best approach of this problem, and we will also define the KPIs. And in the second phase, we have data collection and pre-processing. In this phase, we will collect data, we will assess the data, we will pre-process this data, we cleanse the data and make sure this data is quality enough. The third phase is model building, the development of this model, and also validate this model. In this phase, we will train the model, and also we will test the model. And also, we will validate the model by assessment. The last stage, we have the deployment and monitoring. Here, we will deploy the model. We will make sure this model is deployment, and also we will monitor this model to make sure if there is any change need to be added or changed to this model. So this life cycle of AI system is important to know how to govern each phase of this AI system in all life cycle. So let's talk about the ethical principles of AI systems. First, what is the AI ethics? AI ethics is a set of principles, values, frameworks, sets, and so on, to make sure this AI is responsible and to make sure this AI is ethical. So we have here 7 principles of AI ethical. These principles are launched by Sadaya. The first one is fairness, then privacy and security. Also, we have humanity and social and environmental benefits, reliability and safety, accountability and responsibility, transparency and explainability. all these principles need to be adopted in any AI system and any AI models. The first one is the fairness. The fairness here means that AI system should be developed and should be also deployed with no bias, with no discrimination. So when we collect the data, that means we will collect the data from all type of, for example, sources. And also we will collect the data not based on specific group or specific age or a specific disability or specific race or religion. So we need to eliminate the bias, we need to eliminate discrimination, and there is in all AI system life cycle, in the designing and in the development and the deploying as well. The second principle is privacy and security, and here we mean the values that require AI systems to be built in a safe and also in secured. So here we have to know the data origin of this, and also the data security procedures to keep the data confidential. The third principle is humanity. That means all AI systems should be built based on human beings, based on cultural values, and also all these AI systems should be adopted. Should be adopted the human-centered approach. The fourth one is social and environmental benefits. That means AI system should also developed and deployed for environmental benefits and also for social benefits as well. The fifth one is reliability and safety, and reliability means as a measure of consistency and also provides confidence in how robust a system is. And also AI system should be safety for people, for groups, for community. So this safety is a measure of how the AI system doesn't pose a risk of a human or community. The sixth one is the transparency and explainability. That means AI system must be built with high level of explanation, high level of clarity. Everything should be explained from the first phase of AI life cycle until the last phase. The last one is accountability and responsibility. This is the last principle. That means designers, developers, and also auditors, owners, all these people, okay, should be responsible of each step in this AI system, and also should take action when we need it. Let's talk now about the governance of AI systems. So first, we know the ethical principles that we have to follow when we build any AI system. Now, how to govern this AI system? What is AI governance? AI governance means the ability to direct and also to manage and to control as well these AI systems. Governance includes, we have, for example, frameworks, policies, we have also principles, include providing oversight, ensure that these employees also with AI responsibility have the necessary skills and experience. How to govern the AI system? First, we have to trace and document the origin of data, the type of data, and also who will modify this data, when we can modify this data. All these information should be in the catalog, which is called AI and Data Catalog. This documentation should include everything. About data, about algorithms, about model, about techniques, everything in the AI system. Also, the hyperparameters and how to tune these hyperparameters, everything, metrics, performance metrics, how to train, how to test this model should be documented in this documentation. Regulators and auditors given access to this documentation to audit the AI system with giving all and full explanation of the model. So here we have some examples of AI governance frameworks. We have frameworks international, and we have also some frameworks here in Saudi Arabia. We have the European Union's ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI, and also there is artificial intelligence governance and auditing AI governance framework, and we have SADAIA AI ethical principles that we showed you before. All these frameworks exactly close in the meaning and close also in the principle that they have. But the difference is there any clear guidance on implementing this principle or not? I think we need to make more effort about the guidance, how to implement this principle, how to transfer this principle from principle only to tasks and to actions need to be done practically in any organization. What are the AI governance areas? We have 3 areas when we talk about the AI governance. The first one is the AI model definition, and the second one is the AI model management, and the last one is data governance. People think that when we talk about the AI governance, that means data governance, and data governance exactly is one area of AI governance. So we have first to govern the AI model based on definition. That means we have to define the problem. We have to define the objective of this governance. So we need to know the definition of AI model. Also, we have AI model management. That means we need to govern the model itself, how to build this model, what algorithms we use in this model, how to train this model, all this in the AI model management. And the last one is the data governance. As we know, when we have a good AI system, that means we have a good and high quality data. So data governance, that means we know the source of this data, we govern the data, we make sure this data is free from bias, this data is we know how to modify it, when the last time we modify this data, and who's responsible for modify this data. So all these 3 areas, okay, we need to take it into consideration when we govern the AI. So governance, data governance is not enough to say we govern the AI systems. We need to govern from the objective of this AI system until the data governance. How to audit AI? Any auditor should take into consideration 2 aspects when auditing the AI. The first one is compliance, and the second one is technology. This is auditing. The first one, compliance, that means assess the risk related to the data itself. And technology means assess the risk related to the machine learning, to the cybersecurity, to the data science. So data and algorithms and everything we use to build this model, all of these need to audit the AI system. Also, I would like to mention something. Auditors, to audit the AI, need to know some skills, some different skills than before. At least they have to know 3 things. The first one is they have to have a good background on machine learning, also models, how to deploy these models, software tools. And the second one, they have to have also good knowledge about cloud services. Also, they have to know about software tools, models deployment, everything about machine learning or AI in general. So the skills that they have before is not enough, I think, to audit the AI system. They have to have the auditing skills, and also they have to have the AI skills. So here we have the roles and also responsibility when we govern the AI and also when we audit the AI system. The first one, CEO and leaders, they are responsible of making sure that any organization, okay, apply any governance framework. And this governance framework should be meet the objective of the organization. This is the role of CEO and leaders. What about audit teams? Audit teams, they have to make sure that everything is correct and that everything is stable. They have to make sure and validate everything and make sure that there is no bias. They make sure that the freeness is applied. Make sure also that all principles is applied in all life cycle of AI systems. CFO is responsible for the financial implications and also the cost of AI systems. Make sure that there is no risk of deploying and developing this AI system. So actually, auditing the AI is not a job or is not a task for one team or also for one department. It is a work for all teams together in the organization, and everyone have a specific task. Here we have a checklist, and this is also from Sadaya. This checklist will have a good start to deploy AI governance framework, will help directors and executives to apply and deploy and start thinking about AI governance framework. So the last thing, when we finish auditing, when we know about the principles and we follow these principles in developing and also deployment the AI system, and when we know the ethical issues and everything about this system, we have to know the levels of AI governance. For example, how this AI system is mature. Is it mature enough, or there is no AI governance for this system? So we have here levels from level 0 to level 5. We have 6 levels. When we look at this pyramid, it starts from level 0 at the bottom. Level 0, that means there is no AI governance. No AI governance, that means that the organization, they have nothing. They have no policies, there is no frameworks, there is no guidelines. Everyone in this team work alone. Everyone use their own tools. Exactly, there is nothing. So the risk in this level is high. Then we have level 1. Level 1, that means we have policies. We have policies for AI governance, only policies, but we don't have the AI governance framework. We don't have the mature framework. So only policies in this level. So each level is based on the previous one. Level 2, that means we have create a common set of metrics for AI governance. So when organization at this level, that means this organization have policies and also have metrics, but also they don't have any mature framework for AI governance. They have only common one. From level 3, that we have a data and AI catalog, and this is really important. Data and AI catalog, that means we have a document, we have catalog, and everything is documented about data and about AI itself. Everything about data, the source of this data, who will clean this data, what the pre-processing have been done, and also the AI, what's the model we choose, what's the hyperparameter we tune. Everything about AI and data will be in this catalog. And actually, the AI auditor will work on this catalog from level 3. Level 3, the risk is, we will minimize the risk in this level. Level 4, we have here automation and validation monitoring. That means we will transfer this catalog to automated one. The last one, the level 5, this is the sixth one, is fully automated AI governance. That means here all information, we will take it automatically. We will automate every processes and procedures, and we will monitor as well the AI system, and we will monitor the governance process automatically. And this is the highest level of AI governance, and here the risk is close to zero risk because we have everything below from level 1 to level 4, and we have also automation in all things we have. From these levels, every organization, okay, know where this organization in level 0, level 1, level 2, 3, 4, and 5, then work to develop the AI governance framework and also to improve this framework to have the highest level for minimizing the risk and also to increase the productivity of organization. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, Dr. Dabia. I have a lot of questions actually, but let me see if any of the participants have, or visitors have any questions. Does this work?
Thank you so much for the interesting presentation. My question is, so the application of this AI life cycle and the ethics and the governance, this is for any technology, for any organization implementing any AI solution, or only for government, or? So that's my question.
Thank you so much. For any organization, this is like a baseline.
Because governance, it sounds like it's a procedure for a governmental procedure, but here you're talking about any solution basically that implements AI, I can apply this procedure.
Yes, any solution. They have to follow at least this principle, then they have to, they can actually develop their framework, their own framework, based on the principles, the general one.
Yeah, because for me it sounds like you're just telling us how to develop an AI solution and maintain it, right?
Yes,
that's
and
basically
maintain it and also monitor this AI system.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for your very interesting presentation and the different concerns and the challenges that still need to be solved, especially when it comes to putting accountability and actually following through, not just putting the rules and making sure that they're applied. As you were speaking, I was thinking about the different ways this could happen, because it's very challenging for one entity like Sadaya, for example, to follow through in every organization in Saudi Arabia. I wanted to kind of pitch or put the idea out there of having some kind of certification, or just like how in the US there's the FDA approved for any medical solution that comes out. Something similar to be Sadaya approved, or some kind of minimum certification, so that people or organization would strive to have this kind of approval rather than having an auditing process. What do you think about this concept?
Talked about, I think, how to align these principles, the general principles, with any institutions that have AI systems, right?
Yes.
Yes, these principles, when we look at all frameworks, so here in Saudi Arabia or in US, UK, and so on, they all share the most principles. For example, fairness, accountability, and so on. There is some change in some principle only. But any organization, based on their objective, and based on the type of their AI systems and how this AI system is, for example, have a risk, high risk, for example, in the medical, or some AI systems and some organizations have low risk, right? So we will design and develop a framework, okay, for this specific field, for this specific organization, based on their objectives. So we can follow the same principles, but we have to change and add some principles based on our objectives, based on our, for example, maybe anticipated risk that we have in the future. Then we will have framework just only special for us, for this organization. So I don't think different organizations in different countries will have the same AI governance framework.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I have a question. Are there any international standards like ISO or anything that can be used, or are there any standards available to evaluate the matureness or the maturity level of organizations in these levels?
Yes, actually, there is, yeah. In my presentation, there are two frameworks, and there are with full explanation how to use this framework, and also there is a checklist how to measure the maturity of this system based on the framework. So there are a lot of international practices. For here in Saudi Arabia, we have only SADAIA principles with full guidelines in the same document in SADAIA.
So I'll follow up on that. And are we looking at a level where we are going to have some sort of enforcement, like in order to operate, like for example in Europe, so in order to operate this AI system in this region, you have to comply with this 1 or 2 or 3, or they're going to stay as just recommendations?
It's something like, is there AI governance or no? So how your organization is matured in terms of AI governance. If you would like to be at level 0 as an organization in terms of AI governance, or if you would like to be in level 6, such as the digital transformation index in Saudi Arabia. Some organizations in the bottom, and some organizations in the innovation levels.
It's going to be left for the organization to decide which level they want to be.
Now is left for organization, but I think with expansion in Saudi Arabia, and later on they will have no choice to apply this frameworks. They have to have good level for any organization, such as the digital transformations index. So it's only about time.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, Dr. Dhabi. Are there any more questions? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
My question was about private actors. Is there a conversation about how we can enforce AI ethics, for example, in people that act privately, basically?
For government and also for private sector and non-profit as well, we don't talk about enforcement in the AI governance. Now we are in the level about recommendations and what is the better for this organization and how to apply the responsible AI in the organization, how to govern this AI system in organizations. Enforcement, maybe we'll have this enforcement later on. Okay, but now we are not in this يعني stage.
Right, so basically we're not at the level yet where we can enforce.
Maybe.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we still have questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dabia, for your presentation. This is an open-ended question, but from an implementation point of view, do you believe that it's better to start or to follow a bottom-up approach in the AI governance, or it should be a top-down approach? For example, do we start from the small entities and then assemble them all together to create a large level, for example, a country level or even a continent or something like a worldwide? Or shall we start from the higher level and then try to implement it at a smaller level? What is the usual approach for that?
I think from the lower level. Start from policies in the one organization, for example, or one sector. Then we can go step by step, and we can increase the maturity of this AI governance level by level. Because we cannot, for example, go to the full automation without having policies, without having metrics, without having, So we have to start actually at level 1, at least at level 1. Then we can go level by level, because all this level is based on the previous one. We have to have the previous documents in the previous level.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. It seems like it was an interesting, very topic, and a lot of points were raised. Thank you all for your questions. So my next speaker is Manal Abdelaziz al-Shahri. She's a PhD candidate in computer science at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, KAUST, and a lecturer at King Abdulaziz University. She specialized in machine learning, deep learning, recommendation systems, and natural language processing. And she has developed key solutions in user recommendation and assistance technology for visually impaired. Please welcome with me Manal al-Shahri.
Thank you for having me here today. I'm excited to present my recent work and discuss it with you. So, in our digital world, we based on internet for everything, starting from shopping, socializing, and learning. So we based on internet for all of aspects in our life. For that, and to simplify internet navigation, a lot of search engines have been proposed, and they provide the user the ability to insert the keyword or the phrases that he's looking for. Therefore, this search engine will be provide to the user some web pages related to his keyword, related to his phrases. The technology beyond extend that and increase the simplicity more and more. So we can find in many platforms that the user don't need to add any keyword or phrases. The platforms, whether it is TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, or X, or even any platforms that we use daily, they understand what user looking for, and they understand the user interest, and gives a good recommendation for that user. So they surprise user with a very good suggestion related to his preference and interest. This goes also extend to the user platform, a place that user go through to know about the global news and stories. So we can see a lot of news platforms try to personalize the user experience by providing to them what he prefers. So in today's presentation, I will discuss the working of the personalized news recommendation model, and I will explore some of their challenges and limitations. Also, we will discuss how to build a trustworthy news recommendation models. And I spotlight my research work in order to build a trustworthy news recommendation system by focusing on 4 aspects, which are the accuracy, the privacy, and the safety, also the diversity. First of all, news recommendation system, what they did is analyze the user past experience in the news platform, and also analyze the similar user to that targeted user, and based on understanding the preference of these two, the targeted user and the similar user, they provide a similar item that similar to what he liked before. So as we can see in the recommended list, the similar items are located in higher position, and the very different news article located lower in the recommended list, and sometimes is not even recommended to the user. And in order to understand how the news recommendation system do such analysis, we need to understand the structure of the news recommendation model. So most of the news recommendation model consists of 3 modules. These modules are news encoder, user encoder, and click predictor. Basically, the news encoder tries to understand the content of the news from the title, from the body, or even from the category of the news. So based on this textual information, they obtain a good representation about the news. User encoder actually is trying to represent the user very carefully and represent their interest. So sometimes it's only the representation of the user ID, but sometimes it includes more feature like gender and female, but like gender and age and other characteristics. But the most important input that should be fed to the user encoder is the clicked news. From his history, because based on his clicked news, we can understand what he clicked, what he prefer, and what is his preference. So the clicked news that he clicked before will be fed to the news multiple news encoder to understand the content, and after that they feed it to the user encoder to get a better representation about the user. Both user embedding and news and candidate news embedding after that will be fed to the click predictor to understand the similarity between the candidate news and the targeted user. So if the candidate news are very similar to the preference of the user, they will predict it with a higher prediction score. So this is the candidate news that are very interested by the user. And if the prediction score will be very low, that means it is very far from the user interest and not recommended to the user. The click predictor can be very simple, like a dot product to compute the similarity between 2 vectors, or sometimes it will be consist of multi-layer perceptron. So if this is the embedding space where both user embedding and news embedding will be shared this space. So similar user and item will be located closely to each other, while very different items or article were located very far from the users. And based on this location and the similarity and computing the distance, we either the recommendation system either suggests this item to the user or not. For example, the red news article are very far from the targeted user, so they will be in the bottom of the recommended list. Here an example of the news recommendation model, different example. As we can see is having the same component, the user encoder, news encoder, and click predictor, but each one are implemented differently. So most of them use the deep learning technique like word embedding, convolutional neural network, multi-hit self-attention, and sometimes news recommendation system go beyond that, so they use large language model like GPT, like BERT, to get better understanding of the textual data of the news. Now we will explore some challenging and limitation that face personalized news recommendation model. News recommendation model rely a lot of the user history and on the click the news that he clicked before. So that means this recommendation system will not work with new user. We can call them cold start user. It's not work well for them because they don't have any history. And this is a well-known problem in recommendation system generally, and it's called cold start user problem. And it will affect the accuracy of the recommendation system because they will give, this problem will give a bad suggestion to the new users. Another aspect is, another challenge is related to the privacy of the recommendation model. So suppose there is a user that he wants to preserve his privacy. So what he did is he going to his profile, to his history, and remove the record located in his history. But is that assert his privacy? In most cases, it is not, because even he remove the record, if his examples belong to the training data, and these training data are used for training the news recommendation system, so his behavior are embedded in the news recommendation model, in the parameter of these models. So even he remove his record, his behavior information still exists in the recommendation models. And that for sure affects the privacy of the news recommendation system. Another challenge is vulnerability to adversarial attack. So let's say a scenario where adversarial attack try to harm a news recommendation model by injecting some adversarial example to the training data, and this training data will be used to train the model. If we know what are these adversary examples are, we can if we determine it, we need a mechanism to make recommendation system able to forget this example. And similarly, here, to preserve the user privacy, we need a mechanism to remove the user information from the trained recommendation model. So we want to these data to be unlearned or forgotten by the model. News recommendation systems rely a lot on the personalization and on the user history, on the user past preference, and that we mean. Users find themselves like live in bubble with similar perspective, similar viewpoint, similar understanding to different things. So they feel they are isolated from other perspective and from other viewpoint. And this is a well-known problem which affects the diversity of the recommendation systems, which is called filter bubble, where user is like they are isolated in different bubble, each with separate idea and perspectives. So these, the four problems are affect the four of the key component of the trustworthy news recommendation system, which is accuracy, privacy, and safety, and diversity. We need to assert these different aspects in order to build a trustworthy news recommendation system. So now I will spotlight my recent research work in asserting these four aspects, and I will start by the accuracy. So this is our recent research work to solve the cold start problem. And this is our recommendation and learning work to preserve the privacy and the safety of the news recommendation system by making the system able to forget some examples. And we are working now on the filter bubble problem. Our solution is still under development and evaluation, and we will share it soon once we finish it and publish. So I will start with cold start problem. As I say, the cold start problem is happen for new user, for cold start user who having no interaction with the news platform. So the new user, they don't have a history, but all users, when they go to the news platform, they need to register themselves. So they have a profile. And inside the profile, there is some characteristic like gender, like age, and sometimes the type of the interested news. So new users have some information that can be useful in his profile. So if we create a mapping function that map for new user, that map their attribute to the user embedding, such as what user encoder did when it take the user history and do a mapping function to get the user embedding. So if we have such mapping function, we can resolve the cold start problem for new users. And the deep learning technology that can help us is conditional GAN. Actually, it is a various version of generative adversarial network, where generative and discriminator are conditional on some extra information. And in our example, or in our setting, we will use user attribute to be conditioned by the generator and the discriminator. So this is an example of the generative model. We will feed the user attribute, and to the generative model, we will get a representation of this attribute. After that, the generator and the discriminator will be conditioned by this attribute. And they try to generate a virtual embedding that are similar to the actual embedding. So in our setting, the actual embedding will be obtained from the user encoder. So if this generative model are trained very well, then we can, through the discriminator and based on the attribute encoder and the generator, to generate a virtual user embedding for a new user based on their user attribute located in the profile. So in this case, for warm users, since we have the actual clicked news, we can use user encoder to get embedding because this will be more accurate. And for cold user, I mean warm user is the old user that become in the news recommendation platform for a long time and have a lot of history. So for old user or warm user, we will use the user encoder since they have a clicked news. But for cold user or new user, since they only have the attribute, so we will based on the generative model to get their embedding. So based on this idea, we will build our framework, which is called Generative Adversarial Zero-Shot Recommendation. And it is zero-shot because the new user have a zero-shot example. They don't have any samples in the training data, so they are zero-shot. So this framework is called GAZRIC, and it can be applicable to any news recommendation model. So it is a framework. And this framework consists of 3 towers. The recommendation towers and the implementation of this tower can be any news recommendation model. And the zero-shot user tower to get virtual user embedding from the generating model, and all for a new user. And since we have also called news, which are the news that not interacted by any user, so we need also a zero-shot news tower to get a behavior representation for these called news. So we can see in the recommendation tower, there is a gate. And this gate, to switch between actual user embedding obtained from the user encoder and virtual user embedding obtained from the generator. And similarly for the news, there is a gate for news to switch between news encoder and the news generator. The encoder will be used for all the user and the news, and the generators will be used for called users and news. Okay, GAZRIC will be trained in the end-to-end manner. So all these towers are trained in one epoch, starting from the recommendation tower. So we consider all the regular cases of the news recommendation and also the three cases of called the starter problem. So this is the data flow of the recommendation of recommending warm news to the warm user. And this is the data flow of recommending warm news to cold user. And this is for cold news to warm user. And this is from cold news to cold user, where the embedding will be generated in this case from the generators. And this is how we train the recommendation tower. So actually, we will try to increase the probability of getting high score for positive item. And what we mean by the opposite item is they are the item that liked by the user. So we have a positive item, the item liked by the user, and negative item, the item that disliked by the user. So we want to maximize the probability of getting high score for positive item. And we normalize them by softmax function that consider also the negative examples or the negative news. And since we consider 4 cases, the pre-mentioned 4 cases, so the loss function for recommendation tower will be consider all these cases. And this is the loss function for the generator and the discriminator located in the user tower. Actually is the traditional loss function for conditional GAN, and similarly for zero-shot news tower. This is our experiment result. So actually, we apply our framework to 2 different data sets, which are very well known in news recommendation systems. It's called MIND and ADRESA, and we apply our framework to 4 different news recommendation models. And we consider all the 4 pre-mentioned cases. So in the green, this is the baseline or the backbone located in the recommendation tower. And the blue arrow here is when we apply our GAZRIC to these recommendation systems. So we have, for example, the base dense neural network. This is recommendation model, and this is the performance of this baseline, and then the improvement when we apply our GAZRIC framework to the base DNN, similar with other recommendation model. Since we consider all the cases, we found that applying our framework to the baseline will enhance the recommendation performance for the 4 cases of cold startup problem in the range between 2% to 21%. And this is, we did a visualization study for both warm user and located up here, and the warm menus in the bottom, and where the blue one is the actual user representation, and the green one is the virtual user representation. And similarly for the news, and we found that they are follow the same distribution. That means we generated an accurate virtual user representation similar to the actual one. So now I will explain about our recent work for recommendation and learning, which help a lot to preserve the privacy and the safety of the user by making the recommendation model able to forget some examples. So for privacy scenario, for example, we need to remove the user samples from the news recommendation model, from the news recommendation, from the model parameters, and also when there is an adversary examples. So the simple and most naive solution is, suppose this is the original data, so we just remove our targeted example from the original data and retrain the model from scratch. And in this case, the model completely forget about these examples because it is not included in the training data. But this is too expensive. Imagine that we will did such retraining for each a learning request. It is too expensive. Inspiring from label flipping attack, we obtain our new solution for recommendation and learning. So suppose these are the sample of the targeted user. So we have positive samples that, or positive news that are liked by the user and negative news. Our idea basically is we try to flip these samples. We aim to create anti-samples of these user samples. So it's like by creating anti-samples and fine-tune the recommender in very few epoch and very low learning rate, we can delete the impact of the targeted user samples. So we have the samples, then we fine-tune by anti-samples, so it's like we erase the user examples. So the news recommendation model will be forget about the targeted user example, and this it's super fast, this method. But what about the collaborative information? This is one of the concerns that we must to tackle for our new solution. Based on this main idea, we propose our framework that actually can be applied to news recommendation model and also to the general recommendation model. It's a general framework that can be applied to recommendation model in general. So this framework consists of 3 modules: targeted user label flipping to flip the user examples, and also to maintain the collaborative information. As we know, the recommendation system will be based on the collaborative information between similar user and similar item. So we need to feed in the fine-tuning, additionally to the flipped, to the anti-sample of the targeted user, some of the actual example of the most affected users to maintain the recommendation performance for this user. So our aim is to completely forget the targeted user, but we maintain the recommendation performance for the remaining user. For that, we feed some of the remaining user samples to this fine-tuning process. And after that, the final one is the fine-tuning process to fine-tune the recommender model with these 2 type of examples, the anti-samples and the actual samples. So this is the label flipping, and this is the contextual user augmentation. And this is how we train, how we fine-tune the model. So basically, such we have our positive and negative, 1 and 0. So we will, based on the binary cross entropy. And also to make the fine-tuned model not overfit for the remaining user samples, we adopt a knowledge distillation between the fine-tuned model and the actual model to make the fine-tuned model have a similar performance to the remaining user as the original model. So this is our overall loss function. And we evaluate our proposed solution and compare it to the retraining the model from scratch. And we found this is in the green, the retraining the model from scratch, and the result here in red color are our framework, and we tested on the targeted user and the retained user, and we found that our solution have a similar result to retraining the model from scratch. And this is the distribution of the output obtained from click predictor. As we can see, the retraining model from scratch is in green color, and our model in blue color, and they have a kind of similar output distribution. And according to our study of the efficiency of the unlearning, we found our method only require an average of 2% of the time needed by the retraining from scratch. And for diversity, we are still working on this problem, on the filter bubble problem. And once our solution will be published, we'll share it immediately. But filter bubble problem is very problem is very important because this similarity of the viewpoint and everything will lead to reinforce the existence of the bias and decrease the critical thinking. And many other, it's lead to many other social and mental problems. So we need to have a good solution for this problem. So according to my discussion, we will, in our research work, we will target these different problems that affecting these four key aspects of trustworthy user recommendation model. But there is a lot of other problems related to these four aspects. And also there is a lot of other aspects that need to be considered and to find solution and for them toward build a trustworthy user recommendation systems. So that's all. Thank you for your interest. And if you are interested, this is my profile, and my contact information are located there. And also the slide of this presentation, if you are interested, you can download it from there. And thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Ms. Manal. Any questions from the audience?
Assalamu alaikum. By the way, excellent presentation. I'm really interested in that work, actually. My question is about the GAN part. From what I understand about synthetic data, it can obviously be biased based on the data that you give it. So do you have... Can
you increase your voice, please?
Yeah, so my question is about the GAN part from your model architecture. From what I understand about synthetic data, obviously it's going to be biased to what you give it, what you train the model with. So my question is about, have you considered the dominance of synthetic data over the actual non-synthetic data? Is there any work about this in your work?
Actually, the conditional GAN are are trained based on the warm user, and they are we have a huge amount of warm or old user in the training data. So these warm users have different aspect, different interest and preference. So by considering all the users, it's supposed there is no bias to the training data, because the training data reflect mostly all the type of the users.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
Thank
salam.
you for your interesting presentation. My question is about as a user for the recommender for the news system. Sometimes we face the duplication of the same news from different sources. Do you face like this problem in your research field?
The duplication of the same news
From different sources, yes.
from different sources. Actually, we don't consider it. Yeah, it is out of our focus.
Okay, so, oh.
السلام عليكم
عليكم
يعطيك
السلام.
العافية. مريم Deri, PhD candidate, University of Pittsburgh, a lecturer, King Faisal University. My question on the security and privacy. I noticed that you mentioned the evaluation of the privacy of the implementation of your technique, but I'm wondering, what are the evaluation method? Was it an attack for the model that you used? I am familiar with the attacks that you can use for machine learning models, including recommendation systems and recommendation engines. So I'm wondering what type of attack or what type of evaluation method that you used for that. And my second question would be about the safety of your model or of your approach. I noticed that the way that you presented your technique is concerning the privacy of the user, but how would that be applicable of the safety of the model, where you have to recognize the adversarial users within the system itself? Because first you need to recognize these users, second, then you need to exclude them from your data or handle these data points in order to have...
Sorry, I don't understand your second question.
It's about the how your privacy approach solution would be applicable to the safety aspect of the model, because the safety aspect is not the same as the privacy. So for the safety, you need to first recognize the adversarial users. Second, you need to exclude them from your data or minimize their impact on your model. So how would that be applicable to the safety of the model?
Yeah. Thank you for your questions. Regarding the first question, actually, we not used our data. We based on the well-known data set, which is MIND data set. Is a well-known news recommendation model. So for sure, for this training data, there is no adversary example inside them, and no user that requesting privacy. They all having the interaction between the news and the user. So what are trying to do is we randomly select targeted user, and we assume this is the targeted user that we want to make the system, the recommendation system, unlearn or forget about them. So this is the setting of our evaluation. We don't have adversary example. We don't have a user requesting his privacy, but we select some of the user and assume this is the target. This is the targeted user that we want to erase it from recommendation from the trained recommendation model. And regarding your second question. Of course, for keeping the safety of any trained model, we need first to determine the example of to determine the adversary example first, and after that we apply a defense mechanism. for sure. But our work is focusing on recommendation and learning, how to forget. And that will be applicable to maintaining user privacy, to deleting the impact of the adversary example in the safety scenario, and also it will be increase the accuracy of the recommendation model if there is a noisy example and we need to make the recommendation model forget about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manal, for this interesting work, and I wish you all the success. And we hear about your graduation soon, inshallah. So, thank you. Our third keynote is a student, a PhD candidate here at KFUPM. Please join me in welcoming Noura Al-Ataibi. Noura Al-Ataibi is a lecturer at Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University and a PhD candidate at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, with a master's in cybersecurity from the University of Southampton and a bachelor's degree from King Saud University. She has distinguished herself in the field of cybersecurity and has earned the Scientific Excellence Award for 2 years in a row, reflecting her commitments for academics. Please join me in welcoming Noura Al-Ataibi.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor for me today to be standing before you. I want you to excuse me for the first time that I'm presenting a keynote, but I would like, inshallah, to be an excellent one, enjoyable and rich. So let me just... First of all, let me take a deep breath. Then I will start then. Thank you for the organizer of Women in Data Science. I would like to thank Asma for her motivation and inspiration. I'm thrilled to welcome you all here at our home, KFUPM. So you can see my nerves now, it's increased, but let's just give a walk here. Before I take you in the shadow of the Before I take you in the shadowy themes here for cybersecurity, as you know, the people, for security people, they tend to have using that dark theme just to set the mood for you and to set the scenes that there is an attacker around you or walking in the shadow. But this is just to remind us at even in very darkness setting, there is a light, dozens of light that can guide us and save us from potential attack or security threats in our world of federated learning. So I welcome all of you in our journey today for federated learning and security challenges. So let's just start. We will have 5 agendas today, inshallah. We will start by federated learning. Then we will go to the security challenges in federated learning. Then we will talk about current research and our research. And we will finally conclude by the takeaway message from this presentation. So let's just hit the first slide here. Federated learning innovation. The story began in 2017, where a group of scientists and research scientists and data scientists in Google Silicon Valley, they needed to improve the productivity of their devices to be efficient and securely and privacy preserving for improving the next word prediction. If you have phones and you trying to write a text, there is a prediction that will come first prediction and the second and third. So based on your personal. So they needed to have a way or approach that can improve the predictability of their smartphones without the need of transferring all those data to Google Cloud server. So a solution is a groundbreaking approach called federated learning. And one interesting about this name, one of my friends, she asked me, when we talk about federated learning, she asked me, where does federated learning stand in the big umbrella of AI? So federated learning is a part of AI under the umbrella of AI, artificial intelligence, and it uses the machine learning models and power to train our local models. So it's a machine learning techniques. It can use neural network, any models that you have been ever used to it. Federated learning can accommodate that learning to better prediction. So this is the story about federated learning. Let's go to how it's work. So federated learning, first of all, let's imagine the idea. It came, why we not having those training, instead of having it in the cloud, why we not have it on our phones? So instead of sending our data to the cloud, which will increase the risk of data privacy breaches, etc., why we are not bringing that models into our devices? And we train those data, our private data, locally in our devices. So this is the idea about federated learning. It's like a simple concept, but if it's revolutionary. So it's like after it comes to the scenes, many sectors or different sectors, they saw its potentials and they adopt federated learning in their privacy issue concern. So first of all, as we know, we have like a model's initialization from the cloud to all of our phones. So imagine we have phones. So we have like an initialized model from the cloud. It will send it to all of our devices. Then the second step, we have local model training. So in our devices, the device will train locally by our data individually in our devices. Then the second step comes when they send the update of the model, not the data itself. So this is the major point about federated learning, where they are sending the enhanced parameter of the model itself and not the data. So this is the model aggregation, which is done at the cloud. Lastly, after the engagement or aggregation from millions of devices around the world, the cloud can aggregate those updates from a client and have the enhanced model, which can be pushed back to the other users again for the second round for iteration. So this is how it's work. I think you know the characteristic now from how it's work. So it has privacy-preserving built-in solution, which is minimizing the risk of the data. Instead of transferring those data, we have the data locally. So this is a privacy-preserving characteristic of federated learning. And also the decentralized learning improve the scalability of devices. So we have millions of devices, they train their devices locally and just send the update. Also, this has an positive point on the efficiency and latency of a communication. So imagine, what is better, to send your data, which is huge in size, or you just send the model update, which is very small compared to the original data? So it just has efficiency and latency improved. Also, the one fundamental characteristic of federated learning, which is heterogeneous, which is dealing with non-identically distributed data. So moving to the application, as we mentioned before, Google has initiated and established federated learning. Also, the other company like Siri and Alexa and Gboard for predicting the next word. So many technical companies, they saw its potential and used federated learning for saving privacy for their customers. So we finish how here for federated learning. I will take you now to the second lab, which is about security and challenges in federated learning. So let's just hit the yellow light here. So as you can see here, we have like 3 broad categories about challenges in federated learning. First one, again, security, privacy of the data. So it's become as a solution. But imagine, even though the privacy still exists there. So what's the attack that can retrieve the data from the federated learning? There is some attack called inference attack, in which the attacker can collect the the updates sent by the users, and they can build the data back. So there is different mechanism. We will see it in the second about how we use defense against this attack. The second category of challenges in federated learning, which is adversarial attack, like model poisoning attack, data poisoning attack. Remember those names. We'll be talking about them very often in this presentation, which we'll focus in the second slide, which is the malicious attacker try to manipulate the data in some certain way or the model. The last category of challenges was the trust. Establishing the trust between the users and cloud is essential for success of federated learning. And this is the adversarial attack. As you can see here, there is a model poisoning attack and there is a data poisoning attack. And the model poisoning attack, from the name, it's manipulating the model itself to disrupt the aggregation on the global model. While the data, it's manipulating the data before even establishing the training. So the attacker on her devices, they are manipulating some certain labels to make the models either learn incorrect features or incorrect predictions, which is a targeted attack here. It's not a sudden. So regarding the defense strategy, if you remember, we say that we have privacy concern again, federated learning. There is several solutions like differential privacy, secure computation, and homomorphic encryptions, and other. And regarding the second challenges, which is adversarial attack, there is like robust aggregation method, anomaly detection, and these methods try to find adversarial attack. Third one, trust. There is reputation systems and authentication, robust authentication mechanism. So this is take us to the current research in the field nowadays. So talking about label flipping attack, which is a most common poisoning data attack in federated learning, which is easy to perform, but difficult to detect. Because the attacker is, he is targeting certain labels, and he is not playing with any labels. So he has minimum effort to do, but maximum impact to the model. So the most of the current solutions defense against label flipping attack, either assumption-based, or maybe it's not practical and used for in real-world application. So some of these assumptions that we were able to have it here, which is they assume the malicious attacker less than half of the total of malicious client. So let's just take you here in our presentation, in our work. We work here in research with Dr. Sajjad Mahmoud and Dr. Mohammed Flimban about studying the label flipping attack and investigating label flipping attack within client, edge, cloud, hierarchical architecture. So this is to investigate those attacks and mitigate the potential threat in this architecture. So as you can see here, we have 3 layers. From the bottom, we have a client layer. Each client has its data. His data is kept in host phone, as you can see, and only send the model update, as you can see here. The model update will send to the edge. So we have 3 types of models. First model, as you can see here, for clients. We call it client model or local model. And we have the edge model, which is the one, the edge has many children of client, register client to him. So the edge will aggregate the model received from his children only. And after the aggregation in the edge, the aggregated model, which is the edge model, will be sent to the cloud, in which the cloud will aggregate the edge model to have the global enhanced model. So the second thing, we experimented 3 different data sets, MNIST, Fashion MNIST, and SIFAR10. And regarding the proposed mechanism, we designed a new mechanism of detection, which is we bring the detection in the middle layer. So instead of having the cloud trying to detect malicious attacker after it gets aggregated in the edge, we try to detect at the level of the edge. So we have like designed a data sets, validation data sets at the edge, and whenever we receive the update from the client, we will validate his update based on the overall accuracy, class-wise accuracy, compared to the edge model. So the edge model, we calculate the difference, we call it discrepancy, relevant discrepancy between the edge model and the client model. And we set at a certain threshold. If it exceeds that threshold, that's suspicious, the client is suspicious, and we go further for identifying a flipped label in that update. So if you want to know more about our research, you are most welcome to visit our poster here. So you'll find me, inshallah, in a bit there. Lastly, let's take the finding of this work up to the moment. We have experimental non-adversarial attack, which is, as you can see here, model achieve high accuracy in the normal situation where there is no malicious attacker playing with the label itself. The second one, which is impact on the label flipping attack. After we implement the attack, we study its impact on the model accuracy at all and on the class-wise accuracy, specific metrics. As you can see here in the second plot here, whenever we increase the malicious rate on the top down, we have set a different malicious rate from 0 up to 90. Whenever we increase the malicious rate, of course, the model accuracy will drop gradually. So this is the impact on model accuracy. The impact on the class, as you can see here, we have a certain classes to be flipped. So in the first data set, these three plots, when we have 50, half of the client are malicious. We can see a drop, a significant drop in the source class. The source class here, I mean the class just flipped. So let's imagine we flip cat to a dog. Or the one famous example, if we have like a traffic light. So in smart cities or the car, they have treated to learn that the red button, meaning what? Stop. Yeah, excellent. The red light meaning stop, while the yellow meaning wait or slow down. The green lights mean go. The cars can go. Imagine of the attacker, he's able to, in his data, to flip the label of red light to be go. I will not say the circumstances. You can imagine what happened if the driverless car treat an incorrect pattern to see the red light as go, and they just hit anyone on the road. So the takeaway from this research, as you can see here, after we implement our mitigation mechanism, detection mechanism, we were able to retrieve the source class recall. It was in normal situation up to 90-something, and after we implement the attack, it dropped suddenly even to 0.5%. And after we implement our mitigation mechanism, we can reach up to 60 or 59%, which is very increase in the model class recall. And this is the first research of its kind that address the scenario where malicious client is more than 15%. So, which is a significant leap from the existing research regarding label flipping attack in federated learning. Lastly, the proposed mechanism able to detect federated learning in edge cloud federated learning in good accuracy and in better time, and also in a rarely round, as we protect in the edge, so we can identify the malicious client by himself. I hope this was enjoyable, rich, and smooth to deliver. If you have interested to drop a questions.
Assalamu alaikum. Very interesting presentation. My question is about the federated learning part. I mean, just to ask more about it, how exactly do you do the validation for these type of systems before you deploy them on a global scale?
It's like a normal models. You have you have a training data sets and you have testing data set, and you test that model in the cloud, and you have those the normal in the machine learning. The cloud will do that testing with the testing data sets.
So it will simulate the, when you distribute, for example, the model to millions of devices, the cloud will simulate this.
Do we need what?
When you distribute these models to millions of devices for training individual units.
Yeah, of course. If you are in the practical, the training will be distributed among different devices or participants. They will train their data, the model locally, and they will send it to the cloud for testing.
So during validation, your cloud system will replicate this for validation,
Yeah,
I guess. Okay,
of course.
Thanks.
That means it's easy to deliver.
Maybe it's a challenging topic to ask questions about. Thank you so much, Noura. I have a question. So what, through your PhD journey, what do you think, something that was unique in this topic that attracted it to you? What attracted you to that?
To be honest, the story of federated learning, it's emerged in 2017. The first time I heard about it in one of our meetings on the research group, Dr. Flimban, he asked me, why you not try federated learning? First time I heard the name, I imagine something like, federal and something like that. But when I go and do some research, I found it's regarding participating from different devices as federated that training the model. So this is my story of federated learning, and which is inspiring. 2 years ago, I have never known anything about federated learning, but day by day, we know new things and different things.
A question here, please, before closing. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mayad Al Hashim. I'm part of Saudi Aramco. I'm a petroleum engineer. First of all, I have to comment on the slides and the presentation. It's excellent. As an experienced presenter myself, I want to take your slides as a template.
Of course, you don't know what's behind the scenes. Before I just go into the stage, we found that my presentation will not work, and I have to bring my laptop and do that things behind the scenes. So I'm glad that make you happy at the end. While it's hard
excellent work.
Yeah,
so my question is about federated learning when it comes to the sources of data is actually it's already centralized, but how can we apply federated learning to capitalize on the security and confidentiality protection characteristics of this approach?
Yeah, it's a good question. Thank you. Nothing 100% in safe from privacy issues. So there is a different mechanism in the literature about securing the update itself before sending the update to homomorphic encryption, different computation mechanism that make the attack to find anything from that update of the models, not the data itself.
Okay, so a follow-up question just to make sure I understand. So if we put a scenario where we already have machine learning models that simulate the field over Saudi Arabia, is it some kind of transfer learning where each well can send the updated model? It kind of learns from the weights of that model?
Of course, this is work. It's begun by Gboard. This is like next work prediction. Your data, all of us, we are participating in federated learning without our notice. So your phone, when it's in the idle mode, you plug it at the night, there is no, it will update the model based on your personal data. So the general model will learn different from our different data itself. So it will not leave your data, and you are in federated learning without your notice.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Nora. Can we connect the original slides, please? Laptop? Okay. Thank you so much, Nora, for this interesting work. And now for our fourth speaker, I have also our KFUPM PhD candidate, Noura Al-Mbarik. Noura Al-Mbarik is a PhD candidate at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, specializing in security and net-centric computing, with a notable background as a cybersecurity consultant and a lecturer at IAU University. Noura's work is recognized at international cybersecurity conferences, and she holds patents that enhance authentication cybersecurity knowledge and practices. Please join me in welcoming Noura Al-Mbarik.
This one? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A warm welcome to all of you joining me today in my presentation titled The Data Hustle and at the Women in Data Science event. Throughout my presentation, I will shed light on the REST-sense dataset, a dataset collected throughout my PhD journey, and then some challenges, best practices of data collection, and at the end, I will provide some tips on how to make data collection less of hassle. Okay, so what is REST data sense? REST sense dataset is a data collected from 40 participants throughout like 3 months and more. It collects some physiological data such as heart rate data, stress data, physical data, and it has many applications. It can help us to predict the aggressive tendencies, and another thing is crime scene reconstruction of users. So here are some example of visualization of the data set. So I have collected this data set from 40 participants. So this is participant X and this is participant Y, and I was able to visualize some information such as heart rate data. This includes the maximum heart rate, minimum heart rate, average rest heart rate, which is very significant in detecting the aggressiveness of people. Also, some information related to the sleep, and this includes the deep sleep, light sleep, and another thing is the awake sleep time. Awake sleep time, how long this person was awake during his sleep. So for example, if a person awake during his sleep for prayer and then going back to sleep, this will be counted as awake sleep time. So we can see that the first person has 230 minutes of awake, while the second person is less, 60 minutes, 3 hours compared to 1 hour. And the last thing is the stress data. So this plot shows the maximum stress, the minimum stress, and the average stress rate throughout the recorded period. So the core advantage of collecting a data set is that it gives you more information about the world that you didn't know before. Okay, so data set collection seems deceptively simple. However, I have encountered a lot of challenges along the way. Some challenges related to the limited availability. Finding relevant data set is a challenge. Sometimes available data set might be not available or restricted or require some authorization. Another thing is that your research sometimes involves a human being, and this raises some ethical challenges and consideration. Another thing is that researchers must navigate the legal consideration, such as data storage compliance. And another thing, sometimes the participants provide incorrect or incomplete and present some bias in their responses. And this is another challenge. Another thing is that finding adequate sample size that is representative to your research problem is not easy. So sometimes we encounter some insufficient sample size. Collecting data is it's time-consuming and resource intensive. Another thing is that technical issues. That collecting data sometimes contains some tools, and these tools disturb the process of data collection, and this would provide us with incorrect or incomplete data that affect the reliability of your data set. Last but not least is data accuracy, error, inconsistencies of collected data from participants affect the reliability of the data set. Here is some example based on the recent data set that I have collected. As you can see that here's the heart rate detail. I have found that based on the visualization, I have seen that there are some participants with zero heart rate beside the other heart rate data. And this is weird because this means that this person is died and alive at the same time. So after investigating this, I found that the smartwatch used in collecting data sets has no continuous measurement of heart rate. It collects the heart rate data every 20 minutes. And if there is no heart rate for a certain time of period, the value will be 0. So after talking about these challenges, what are the data collection best practices based on my experience? The first thing is that defining the objective of dataset collection. We need to clearly identify the objectives of collecting our dataset that at the end help in reaching the research aim. Another thing is that our research sometimes involve the human being, and this raises some ethical consideration. If our research has some interaction and intervention with a human being, interaction means that the investigator and the other participants have some conversations such as interviews, focus group, a questionnaire, etc. Or intervention include some procedures such as blood pressure, or for example, using a specific medical device. So this means that we need to go for IRB approval, an institutional review board. And this institutional review board is set in different universities, in most of the universities, to approve or disapprove your research. They will go through all your research proposal, and you have also to have some consent form and the research team CVs, and you have to go through a bioethic training course certificate, upload all of them, and at the end they will either approve or disapprove your research. Okay, so another thing is that we need to think about the sampling strategy. Are we going to have a random sample? Are we going to have a cluster sample? Or we are going to have some clustering sample? So we need to think about the sample that best represents our research problem. Another thing is the data sources. The point when we are trying to collect data is not to collect much more information. Is to collect the information that are related to your research objectives. So in my situation, I have listed all the features that I need to be collected from the smartwatch, enable all the sensors in the smartwatch to continuously monitor the participant during the experiment, and at the end, I have list of features or list of information related to my research. So the point is that we need to identify the data sources. In my situation, I have sensors, but in other situations, we might have questionnaires, interviews. Each question in the questionnaire or interviews has to be linked to your objective. Okay, so all the tools, whether it is hardware or software, should be clearly identified at the beginning. You should clearly identify all of this to enable the data collection process. And also, it is very important to perform data processing because you'll have raw data. Sometimes it does not mean, it means nothing. So you have to do some data processing. This includes dealing with null values, dealing with highly correlated features, because if we have highly correlated features, this means we have redundant data in our model. So we have to eliminate some features and keep only the features relevant to our model. So during the data collection process, we have to have a detailed documentation of the data set collection. This includes having a code book. This code book contains all the features or variables and with their unit and with their measurement, whether in milliseconds, in seconds, etc. And keep this notebook as a read-only, so other researchers will be able to read this code book and understand your data set. Last but not least, we need to determine how the collected data will be stored and secured in order to be compliant with the regulation. So here we will go for some tips to make how the data collected list of hassle, because we don't want it to be very problematic for you. So one of the most important things that I found it really useful is to cultivate the culture of dataset collection. Sometimes we need to sit with the participant and tell them about the importance of our dataset and spend some time in order to incentivize them to participate in the experiment. Another thing is that open channel with all participants. You have to keep communicated with all people within your experiment. But another thing is that let's channel with data collection. What does this mean? Again, the point is not to collect more data, is to collect the most important data. So in my situation, the sensors that I don't, or the features that I don't want to collect, I don't include it in the dataset collection. Another thing is check the requirement of the IRP at the proposal stage. If you are a PhD student or a master's student, you have to talk to your supervisor at the early stages during, for example, the proposal stage, and ask him if you need to have IRP approval, because it takes months. For me, it was expedite review, and it took me 2 months and more. Another thing is that to set up a clear dataset collection protocol. This dataset collection protocol based on the best practices given before. Another thing is if you have a fund. For me, I had the pleasure to be funded by the IRC Interdisciplinary Research Center. They were helping me a lot in paying the tools, the smartwatch, the smart devices needed for my dataset collection. So having a fund would improve and facilitate and faster the dataset collection process. Sometimes in order to have more participants, you need to incentivize them using vouchers. Last but not least is participant manuals. One of my colleagues told me that because I have to collect data for a long period of time and I have to leave the devices with users, it was very important to develop a material that will be given to the participant. This was in a hard copy, soft copy, so whenever they need something, they can refer back to this manual. Thank you so much, and if you have any question, you are more than welcome.
much, Noura. Any questions? Okay, so I'll have my question. I know, like you said for me when we were talking, that this collection took about how many months? 3 months. But then when I looked back at it, I was like, no, it even took more from the selection of the participants, right?
Exactly. This 3 months is just the experiment without the selection process.
So how about the selection process? How did you select or?
Actually, I have been through several stages. At the beginning, I have distributed a questionnaire to a lot of people. My targeted sample is any person above 18 years old. So I have distributed a questionnaire, and this questionnaire is Postberry aggressive questionnaire. It's a self-reported questionnaire that let people answer or report their aggressiveness in different aspects: physical aggressive, anger aggressive, verbal aggressive, and hostility. So at the end of this questionnaire, I asked them, if you would like to participate in the experiment, feel free and add your personal information. I have got like a lot of responses, but during the real experiment, I faced some issues, like people say yes, but during the experiment, some people say no, we couldn't participate, we have exams, we have other things that limited us from being a participant in your experiment.
So would you say, for example, if I'm aiming at 100 participants, let me make sure I have 500 registered, or how much do you think the ratio is?
For me, I have, the aim is to reach 40 participants. So I have approval from like more than 100, but like I have collected the targeted number, which is 40, but I found issues during the occasions, such as final exams. Some occasions, people they disagree with participating in the data set collection process.
And what did you, if you can tell us, I know we talked about very interesting results that popped up from this experiment. Do you have any things that you want to highlight, or we'll leave it for later, inshallah?
About?
Like interesting results or correlations that you found.
Yes, the interesting, like this is like preliminary results
yes.
of my research, that wristband devices or smartwatch devices can tell us about the aggressive tendencies of users. And the objective of my research is to help digital forensics investigators who work in the government, in the police stations, to understand the physical aspect of the victims or the people involved in the crime scene.
Oh. So it seems that one question popped up there. We'll take it as the last question. Or
Assalamu alaikum. My question has to do with privacy and safety. A system like this, where you would use data from, for example, smartwatches to predict user tendencies, for example, aggressive tendencies, you think something like this could end up, for example, with the government, and they could be monitoring you, and this could lead to some sort of, if the system is not accurate enough, you could be flagged or something, and is there anything about this? What do you think?
Do you think, again, and that these systems will what?
So if the system is not accurate enough, and if it happens so that this type of system is being monitored by some organization, would that, it could lead to negative implications for the people that are involved in this sort of system?
This is a very interesting question, actually, and this led me to revise all the features that has been collected from the smartwatch. Because, for example, as you can see here, the heart rate data to provide me with information that is not, it is it is based on the definition, it is accurate, but for me, it provides me with inaccurate information. So we have to revise all of these. We have to validate the data itself. So it has to go through several processes in order to validate the accuracy of the results.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Noura, for this interesting talk. And with this, we end our first session, which is Beyond ML Model, which we talked about different challenges, privacy, security, and ethics in general related to ML models. We still have the poster session in a couple of seconds. We have our second session where we're going to dive into deployment mainly and bringing your idea to light. And before that, during this poster session, we also have a networking activity. If you may present the QR code. So the aim of this activity is to bring people with, let's say, closer, who are interested in the same field together and encourage you to meet new people. So if you did scan the QR code at the start, or can you open the PDF, please? Okay, so no, go back one. Okay, so we'll give each slide like 1 minute, and after you scan the code, you're gonna have a photo, and you have to find someone from the audience that has the same photo and the same questions. So the first 3 questions are all the same, but the last question will guide you to one of the posters outside, so you and your partner for this activity can discuss further. And we have like a photo booth outside to take photos with the new friend that you have made. So if you go from the first one and leave like 30 seconds for each. Yeah, I think. Don't go to the poster alone, go with a partner, okay? And thank you all for coming here today. After scanning the QR code, you can move around to find your partner and then go to the poster session where you can answer the last question and have more discussions. Thank you all. the QR code your interest to try to find the person that you're going to go with to the
صار هذا
poster.
ويبينار هذا الميسنج تقولين عنه هو اصلا ويبينار لانه ما في داتا.
We're going to start the second session. Please come to the main stage.
Please come back to the main stage. Please come back to the main stage.
break, and the poster session was going well, inshallah. Welcome back to the fourth keynote session. The fourth keynote session will be, inshallah, with Dr. Manal Al-Assaf. Dr. Manal Al-Assaf is an innovative leader in the field of artificial intelligence, particularly in applying generative AI technologies to drive business strategies and digital transformation. Currently, she's the regional director of digital delivery at Worley, where she's leading initiatives in advanced technology across the energy sector in alignment with the Saudi's Vision 2030. Her impressive career includes significant roles such as Director of Engineering and Development at the National Center of Artificial Intelligence, Saudi Arabia, and also as a Senior Software Engineer at Microsoft. Dr. Manal Al-Assaf holds a PhD in computer science from George Washington University, where her research spanned machine learning, computer vision, medical imaging applications. She has authored numerous influential publications and developed several patent technologies, significantly contributing in the advancement of AI and data analytics, with a particular focus on generative AI models and business intelligence platforms like IBM. We would like to introduce now Dr. Manal Al-Assaf with her keynote speak. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here today. I'm so happy to see this gathering of all young people looking to learn more about data science. And today I'm privileged and honored to leverage my experience in taking ideas into product. Those are the items that I will talk about today, starting from introduction to a learning moment. A learning moment is something I learned in energy industry, where each presentation they prepare, they share a learning moment about something they learned recently, not related to the topic of the presentation, but something general. And then I'll talk about how to build applications, starting from model selection to model code efficiency, model serving, focusing on customers, and then I'll be happy to answer your questions. So my name is Manal bint Hussein Al-Assaf. I have a PhD and a master degrees from the George Washington University in computer science. I actually studied the bachelor degree here in Saudi Arabia in a new university called Taif University. I lived both in Taif and in the USA, and now I'm living in Riyadh. Currently, I'm the location executive director for digital delivery for Worley in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Egypt, where we are trying to innovate in the energy field about AI and data. Previously, I was the Director of Engineering in the National Center of AI, which is an arm of Sadaya, where I delivered two AI products, Sautek.ai and Allam.ai. And before that, I was a Microsoft software engineer in Power BI in the headquarters in the USA, where I delivered more than 20 features, including AIs, NLP, and machine learning. Oh, this is better. Okay, so I can see the screen. A learning moment, something that I have been reading recently. As all of you know, especially here, people with postgraduate studies where they are spending some time of their life studying in one field and having depth knowledge in machine learning or data science or you name it, AI, computer science, etc. It is very important to have a depth in one field. And that used to be the market and industry request for several years. But now there are more and more realization of the need of the people of bi-shaped skills, where they have deep knowledge and skilled in more than one field. So the current trend in the industry is moving from the T-shaped professionals towards a bi-shaped professionals, where a professional has more depth, not just in one skill like AI, but AI, cloud computing, digital transformation, communication, leadership, etc. So I thought of sharing this with you because there are a lot of students here and they are looking to go to the industry. This is something to keep in mind. If you get a chance to take a class or a certificate in something outside of your field, that's something appreciated in the market. So let's talk about how to take the ideas into products and how to build the applications. Now your machine learning or AI model is fully trained, converted, you are happy with the accuracy, you validated it, you got it to a place where you were happy, you're proud of it, maybe you publish a paper or so, but what if you want to take it to be a product? What does an application looks like? Those are some examples of applications out there. Of course, starting from the right, ChatGPT is the most popular application, I would say, of all the time, with a lot of users. Conversational AI, which is taking an input from the user and give an answer generative AI. There are some visual diarization where in the meetings you're talking with your team and then the algorithm or the AI application recognize who you are and then write your name and then diarize what you are saying in the language. Moreover, it can also translate. There are also some of the virtual reality and the augmented reality where you use your gaze to activate some features in the virtual reality applications. So those are some of the applications out there. We use them every day. We use the face recognition in our phone every day to recognize us and unlock the phone. We use Siri or Alexa and so on. Those applications are not equal to a single model. They are composed of many, many models. Let's take the conversational AI as an example here, where this is a conversational AI application. Consider it to be Alexa or Siri. It takes the input as an audio, and then transform the input, understand it, do a lot of application on top of it, and give you the answer as an audio as well. How many models involved here? Is it one model? No, many models. Starting from the language model to machine translation, content understanding, natural language understanding, intent classification, you name it, okay? A lot of ASR, TTS, a lot of models composed in one application. And in real life applications, those applications needs to be very fast. Imagine you're talking to Alexa and after 3 minutes give you the answer. Will you wait? He will never use it again, right? So most of those real life applications, they need the answer in less than 300 milliseconds. Okay, let's like look into this with a magnifier a little bit. We need the language model there to give me an answer in how many? Maybe 50 seconds, less than 50 milliseconds. And then the ASR give me an answer and result to the following block in the pipeline in less than 10 milliseconds maybe. Similar to all the other components there, similar to the TSS, and then the whole pipeline give me the answer to the user in less than 3 seconds, 300 milliseconds. Isn't that challenging? What do you think? Is it easy? No, it's not easy at all, especially if you trained a lot of machine learning algorithms and you know how long it takes to train and how long it takes to give you an answer. How about combining those into an application? That's one aspect of it, so we will look at it. Another aspect is meeting requirement of your business. And when we talk about industry and business and application, always talk about two things: throughput and latency. Throughput means how many requests your system can process in 1 second, and latency, how long it takes to give the user the answer for that request. And those throughput and latency not just depend on the architecture of the system and all the components in the system, how many models you are using, it's also depend on the hardware that you are using and the framework that you are using to serve those machine learning or AI applications. So for example, here if you have a CPU in your inference time to serve it to the users, a CPU with original 3-layer BERT will take, with one size batch 1, will give you process 6 queries per second, and it will take 157 milliseconds. Meanwhile, if you have a GPU and you have an optimized solution where you deploy it on a CPU and on a GPU with Onyx runtime framework, for example, you can serve your model in batch mode, which takes a batch of 64 input or requests of the users, process 10,676 query per second, and all what takes is 6 milliseconds. A huge optimization and a huge improvement in both latency and throughput. And then when you have your model out there for deployment in industry, it is not stationary one time, you put it there and you forget about it. No, never like that. You always, it's non-stationary process where you always will watch for your model out there, try to update it, watch for model drift, complete. This is on the left, it's called MLOps circle or cycle. This cycle, you need to do it completely. So when you have your model deployed out there, you still monitor it, watch it, have the data from the user's feedback to the model, and retrain the model on the user feedback. In generative AI era, we have even human in the loop, we have reinforcement learning, we have a lot of things more than the MLOps cycle there. Again, and your model, when you deploy it out there, doesn't live in isolation. Only your code, you spend, I don't know, how many months preparing your data, 4 months collecting your data, and then I don't know how many months you spend to train your model until you get a good result. All of that lives in that black box, very small, inside. This is the whole system. You need to put it out there, you need a whole infrastructure to serve your model. Imagine how many users will use your model. ChatGPT, how many users per second they have? How many requests they get? Alexa, how many requests it gets? Okay, Alexa is in the edge, it's on the edge device, so it can perform your request very fast because part of the application is on the edge, but it has some communication to the cloud. So, and so on. Imagine how many requests per second you will get the more users you want to serve. You need to put infrastructure in place, analysis tool, monitoring, data collection, data verification, data storage, etc. All of that has a lot of implications, and we will talk about it during this presentation, starting from the model selection. Usually when you select the model based to serve your purpose and to solve your problem. But actually, even keep in your mind, that sometimes is not enough, because sometimes when you select the model, you need also to take consideration how to serve this model afterwards. How big is the model? Those are some examples of how big the models are out there in NLP and in computer or object detection, computer vision. There are many, many models, and each model comes with a different size. So when you solve your problem, you just think, okay, what is the best model to solve this problem? But actually, always keep in your mind, if you want to take your model into industry and into application, You need also to think how big is that model? How am I going to serve it afterward to the people and deploy it out there? If you need more accuracy, now in the era of generative AI, the larger the model, which is trained on billions and billions of parameters, the good accuracy it will give you. So we need the large models. We need to in real world applications, we actually care about accuracy, and that means the models that we will need are going to be large and big. So how to solve this problem? There are some techniques. You need to keep it in your mind when you select your model, if you want to take it to deployment. Some techniques to compress the models. The common practice is to train small model and then stop training when convert and then lightly compress. But late in nowadays, the trend is to train large models, stop training early, because that will be even cheaper for you, and it will give you good accuracy, and then heavily compress. So what are the techniques that we can use to compress the model? Another implication, I will talk about it in the following slides, but another complication also about how big is your model when you think about serving the model for people is what are the available hardware for you to serve the model? Is it CPU? Is it GPU? And then if it is GPU, each GPU is optimized for different operation. Is it optimized for floating point operation, sparse operation, or it's optimized for integer operation? And we will talk about these things in the following techniques. One very well-known technique about compressing the model is quantization. Quantization means that when you train your model and you have the weights in full precision floating point 32, you can find a transformation that takes those weights from the floating point 32 into an integer 8, which means all the math calculation that you will do afterwards in the matrices will be dealt with in integer 8, which means less footprint for the memory and faster in the computation. Such that when you find that transformation, the transformation back dequantization will give you a very similar or accurate result. So how will that affect the result? Minimum. Why? Because you did all the computation in integers, but actually you prove that this transformation will give you a similar result with minimum, very light degradation in the accuracy. The idea here is to train your model on the full precision, float point 32, but when you serve it, you serve the small one. So it's going to be faster in response and give you the result faster. The advantage of it is the math robot. For example, for the same model, if we do the quantization into integer 8, it will process 16 times faster for math and bandwidth reduction 4 times. And now even for integer 4. And this is, for example, shows you the one of ResNet 50 with different hardware and different quantization, integer 8 and integer 4, how many images per second it could process. Of course, those numbers are different if we are doing all the calculations in the full floating point format. And as we said, quantization proved that it have minimal changes in the accuracy. However, that's not true for all models. So you need to do your research, due diligence, when you select the model. If you want to quantize it later on, you need to go and see what are the researchers, what do they report in their publications, which models has less error, and after quantization, and which model doesn't respond to the quantization well, and it has larger error. For example, here, the first model has larger error, so just avoid that model if you are planning to do quantization. Those are models in computer vision. Those are models, we notice that more error are with the NLP, like BERT-based and transformer-based models. Another technique is useful also for compressing the model, and you need to think about it in the stage of selection of the model is pruning. Pruning meaning, what is the idea behind it? Okay. After we train the model, we notice that a lot of weights of the model are closer to zero. Those weights that are closer to zero won't affect the result that much. Why? Because with all the multiplication, the result will be zero. So the idea here is, okay, the weights that are closer to zero, just take them from the model, throw them away. You will save the computation, right? And there are different recipes how to do it. One of the recipes is to have a sliding window of 4 bytes. From those 4 bytes, you choose the smallest 2 bytes, and then you just drop them in your weight matrix. The calculation will be faster, and the result, it have minimum effects on the result and the accuracy, as we will see now. One well-known pruning techniques called structure sparsity, and this table shows the structure sparsity result for floating point 16 and integer 8 after doing the pruning. You see that the accuracy effect after the pruning is very minimum. Sometimes there is no even difference in the result, in the accuracy result. But the resulting model will be faster, smaller for deployment, and faster, because you compress the model. And then there is something else called product quantization. What we described before about the quantization is called post-training quantization. Actually, there are training-aware quantization. In that training-aware quantization, you are sort of telling the neural network that while you are training it, that you are going to quantize it later. And there are some techniques for it to follow different algorithms. However, this table shows you that with using the product quantization, we could compress a model 25 times. We compress it to 25 times and achieving almost the same accuracy. This is something Facebook once posted, that saying that they compressed Roberta from 480 megabyte to 14 megabyte. And the difference in the performance of the model, the accuracy, is only less than 2%. Another technique used also to compress the model first, called knowledge distillation. And the idea here is to train a large language model, fully, very big, very huge large language model, and then use that large language model to distill its knowledge into a smaller model, and then you serve the smaller model. The result also showed that knowledge distillation work, and the distilled BERT here gives almost 97% accuracy of the full BERT. But in reality, it's smaller, it's faster to deploy, cheaper to maintain, and serve more customers. And of course, with compute-wise, it's going to be cheaper for you, for GPUs. Another aspect you need to look into it when you think of taking your ML or AI machine learning model to product is the model code efficiency. What do we mean by that? Not all models have the same code quality. What do we mean by that? This is why we have almost monthly updates or more than monthly updates for all the frameworks out there. Why they have always monthly updates? Because they are doing optimization on the code, they are making it faster, computationally more efficient, processing more images per second, for example, for different versions of these frameworks. I remember when I joined Microsoft for Power BI, we used to have like a goal. From day one, they teach us this goal. They say, we want the customer to have 30-second to wow. What does that mean? The moment the customer lands on the Power BI page, after 30 seconds, we want the customer to say wow. Imagine customer going to a web page or using a Power BI desktop application, loading the data and working with the data, and then seeing the result and saying wow, after all of that, say wow in 30 seconds. Can you imagine how many times they return my code for optimization? I never checked in one line of code if it's not optimized 100 times. They optimize for the millisecond. Why? Because it's a whole system working together. If one feature takes time, that will ruin the product, for user experience. They won't accept it, they won't like it, they will tweet about it. Believe me, it's going to be horrible. They return my code multiple times, not just me, everyone. Even when we do code reviews for each other, we ask this question: how long does that calculation take? Can we optimize this? And return the code to be rewritten in such an optimized way many, many times. And code efficiency or code quality is not important only for inference time. It's also training time, I mean. It's also important for inference time. This is, again, remember the throughput and latency? Both are important in inference time, and both depends heavily, not just in the model selection, but also on the calculation. It's also have some implications on the hardware you are using, how to optimize it for that hardware. And then I'll talk now about the model serving. When you think about model serving, it's not just one model, it's multiple models living in different frameworks or written in different code spaces. And then for serving each one of them, you need to do some custom development and writing some code to bind it and deliver it inside the application. One good solution for that is to use a cloud solution with microservices architecture. What does that mean? That means each one of your models need to be accessible via API. You have a very good cloud service architecture where those models serve in that architecture as microservices. Those microservices are deployed in a framework that can allow auto-scaling afterwards, such as Kubernetes. And this Kubernetes have an orchestrator and model scheduler that have auto-scaling like Helm charts. It's a whole different world, how to write and optimize a cloud service that is composed of multiple models. It's a whole different scenario. And then accessing those cloud model and cloud architecture via different devices, different Android, iOS applications, each one has different code, and then accessing those via two main endpoint protocols. One's called batching, HTTP, and the other one's called streaming, like gRPC. All of these things you need to think about when you think about delivering your model to a customer as a product or application. I'll go very fast now because of the time here. This is about the dynamic batching. When you have a GPU, even the hardware will have a say here. If you have a GPU, you can think about GPU is optimized for parallelism. So you think about how can I parallelize and batch the requests together instead of sending one sequential request after another, how to batch them into a batch of 4 requests and then send them to the GPU. GPU is optimized to work on them at the same time and give you the result for 4 requests, and in the same time it takes for 1 request. This is if you have 2 instances deployed of your model and each one take 4 requests, then you will process 8 requests for the same time that you could, if you didn't try the code very well, you could process 8 requests if you utilize parallelism instead of 1 request per the same time. And this is about the inference request and the scheduler, autoscaler and orchestrator, how to deploy more than 1 model, ResNet and Deep Recommender, in the same instance. And each one of them has a queue of requests and how to process all of them at the same time. All of these things are doable, and this is how actually, if you go to Azure Cognitive Services or Google Services or machine learning or even ChatGPT, this is what they do in the back end. This is what they do in the cloud solution they have. And then for those for the auto scaling, you need to keep your eye open, your system eye, I mean, open for how the system is performing, the telemetry, monitor the usage. When do you have a spike? When you have a spike, how to auto scale to accommodate for the large request you are getting, for the blue, for example, blue model there, and how to take some resources from the other models to that model if those are idle, and so on. It's a whole different story. You can manage all of that with Kubernetes, with microservice structures. And then you have the customer, so you need to be customer focused. What does that mean? That means you watch your model out there when you serve it to the customer, respond to customer requests, customer feedback, incidents, if they have incidents. Watch for model drift, update the model more often, monitor telemetry and data analytics. Having said all of that, so delivering one application, we have it in our phone, is not just taking the model to be a full application. We have it in the phone is a whole different story, journey, I would say. When I spend a lot of time in academia, like I have a PhD. When my first journey to industry, I felt like Alice in Wonderland. It's a totally different world. Never learned about it in academia. And this is a call for you to attend, as a student, to attend those talks, to go outside of what you learn just in the academia walls, inside academia walls. Take more certificate, attend talks, look at what's happening out there, follow good groups in LinkedIn to get their news and the newest updates in generative AI, for example. Nowadays, it's very trendy. So we talked about building the application, starting from the model selection, having the deployment in your mind, scalability, and optimize for that, how to choose a good code and write a good code for your model, how to serve the model as a cloud solution, and how to be a customer focus. We know that in machine learning and AI, we always have a challenge of data. Nowadays, we have also a challenge of compute. If you want to train a large language model, you will face a huge problem finding a compute and GPU to train your model. But actually, there is a new challenge, which is the talent challenge. So it is data, compute, and talent. To do all of that, you don't just need a data scientist or an AI engineer or an AI scientist. You need actually a cloud architect, very experienced, very good, and you need a lot of MLOps and DevOps engineers. With that, I'm happy to receive your questions.
So thank you so much, Dr. Manal, for the very inspiring talk. We are very honored to have you with us. So due to time limitations, we'll just have one question. So if anyone has a question, please, you can raise your hand. Otherwise, we can maybe proceed with our panel discussion. Any questions?
I have a question regarding the model. I think what's the best model that you, based on the accuracy? I think
it depends on your problem. Okay. So it depends on your problem. You need to look for what is your business requirement? Is your business requirement need a lot of accuracy, or need faster response? So some softwares, for example, tells you, like generative AI. Imagine that you're talking to ChatGPT, and it gives you an answer after 5 minutes. Will that be an acceptable experience? So it depends on the business requirement. You can choose the model and how you will serve it to the people or the customers.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manal.
Thank you.
We're very honored to have you. Thank you so much. So we're now over with the keynote speaks, and we'll follow up with the panel discussion. So the panel discussion will be moderated by Reem Eliami. Reem Eliami is a computer science lecturer at KFUPM and an AI researcher in machine learning, specializing in natural language processing. She has a keen interest in Arabic text and scholar data manipulation. Mainly, her work focuses on enhancing NLP models for Arabic language, particularly in really low resource environments. And we'll have 3 panelists, starting with Ruqya bin Safi. Ruqya bin Safi is a results-driven AI expert with significant experience as a senior AI engineer and Google developer. She has an expert in AI and machine learning. She holds her bachelor degree in information technology, and she's currently pursuing her master in artificial intelligence. She has led diverse AI projects. She has led diverse AI projects, contributed to open source initiatives, and developed courses on machine learning and data science. Her expertise also spans to deep learning in the field, and she's also got an award in TensorFlow contributor. The other panelist is Maha Al-Hbeishi. Maha Al-Hbeishi is a dynamic artificial intelligence engineer at Wetted Energy and Communication. She had spearheaded innovative AI projects, notably the forklift safety system project, which aimed to enhancing workplace safety. With a robust background in machine learning, deep learning, and robotics, Maha is proficient in developing and deploying sophisticated AI models, including NLP, object detection, and deepfake analysis. Her technical expertise extends to programming advanced robots and deploying AI solutions in product environments. Lina Abu Hajar is the third, which is working currently as solutions architect with a proven track record in designing and delivering complex software solutions aligned with business goals. With over 5 years of experience, Lina holds a master's degree in computer science at King Fahd University of Petroleum. She showcased her strong technical foundations and passion in several problem solving. Currently, she enhances customer satisfaction and drives impactful business success by translating unique client requirements into effective technological outcomes. So I'll keep you with the panel discussion. I hope you enjoy it, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to welcome you all, our guests, external guests, my colleagues, and last but not least, of course, our KFUPM students. It brings me the greatest pleasure to be at WIDS at its first version. I still remember back in 2020 when I was part of the first WIDS here in KFUPM. And I would like to welcome my esteemed guest, Engineer Ruqya bin Safi, Lina Abu Hajar, who's actually an old colleague. We were back here in KFUPM when our journey here as students started, the female students, back in September 2019. And finally, last but not least, of course, our engineer, Maha Al-Hbeishi. So although they are all AI engineers, but as you know, AI is a very large and has a wide landscape. So they bring their own expertise from different applications. So maybe I will start by asking them all one question, which is, can you please give us a little background about yourself and your current role at your current organization?
Assalamu alaikum. I am honored to be there in WIDS, in the amazing university. About me, I am Ruqya bin Safi, a senior AI engineer at Filer, and Google developer expert in machine learning. I am working in amazing project in progress about RAG or augmented generation, and that's my current project.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, this is Lina Abu Hajar. I am currently a senior AI engineer at Rimal Ventures company. Rimal Ventures is actually one of the companies who owned a game where this game actually one of the famous games here in Saudi Arabia. So we have data. That's why we have AI work.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Maha Al-Hbeishi, an artificial intelligence engineer at Deer IT company. First, I would like to thank everyone who is part of this conference, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I was graduated from Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University as an artificial intelligence engineer. I joined Wetted Energy and Communication Company, which is system integrator that specialized in cybersecurity. They had an interest in AI due to the high demand in Saudi Arabia. And once I joined Wetted, we start initiating this department. After 1 year of working, the work and the demand is grow so much, so we could not continue as a department. So we established our company, DEER, which I currently working on. At DEER, I'm not like any other AI engineer. I involved in identifying the problem till the deployment. So I'm so happy to share this experience with you today, and thank you very much.
Thank you to our panelists. Maybe we'll start from you, Maha. I will start from where you ended. Could you please walk us through the typical life cycle of the AI project, from like the problem identification, as you mentioned, to the final solution deployment?
Okay, for sure. I will take one of our highlighted project in DEER, which was with one of the biggest industrial company. It was the safety violation detection system. This project is started where we meet our client and we identify the problem with them. The problem was some of their contractor they did not follow the safety regulation, and sometimes it's end up with fatal accident. So they wanted from us to stop this accident before it happened. This was the first stage where it is we call it a discovery phase. Then we go to the data collection and the preparation phase, where this type of violation is very hard to find an open source data set. So we start collecting our own data set by installing our camera, and we do different violation to collect this data. Then once we have our data, we go to the next phase, which is training the model. And the training model, we choose to train two models. The first model is object detection, which detect the human and forklift. The other model was for detecting the violations. At the end, we come with a deployment stage. The deployment stage we face a lot of challenges with it, because their concern was about a human being. So it means the time is very meaningful here. What we did, we try with existing GPU to achieve acceptable time. But when we try it, the time it's taken from the camera till we take the action, it's not acceptable. It was more than 1 second. So every challenge we face, it means a new opportunity to design a new product. So we design our own AI card acceleration, which contains 12 TPU to accelerate this process. And alhamdulillah, we achieved 10 milliseconds from the time we read the frame from the camera till we take the action. Now this AI acceleration is filed by patent, and yes, it's listed as one of Saudi acceleration AI card.
Thank you so much, Maha. And I think I would like to hear from Ruqya as well, because the work that you do actually, or the use case that you work at Filer is really interesting, where you work on a search engine. Focuses here in the MENA. So I think it's interesting for us and for me as well to hear more about how you walk basically on the AI pipeline at Filer.
Okay, basically my experience is a bit different, because the project that we work on, it is different. It is, as you mentioned, it is search engine based in AI or powered by AI. Who already know about the new generation of search engine? Anyone here? Yeah, just one person. Okay. What actually we work? We built a search engine that leverage from the large language model to support user by accurate or smarter answer. The user didn't need to go through each link in the result and try to go from website to website just to get the knowledge about something that search about it. Just we pass all the result to LLM and then get the users the insight, the real insight about what the user search about. How we build this? It is already pipeline, but it's different a bit because we work with LLM. We work with a new technology. I think it is now it's well known these days. It's called the RAG or Retriever Augmented Generation. Basically, we use LLM to generate result for user, but how the LLM know about the result? As we, I think all you know, if we ask ChatGPT, for example, or Gemini, or any open source model about something that didn't see in the training, can we get a result or not about this, our question? For example, in the past, when we asked ChatGPT about new event, for example, about this event, Women in Data Science Today, and we want to give us about the speakers in this event. Can ChatGPT answer about this question? Of course not. We can.
We hope it would.
Yeah.
We hope.
Yeah, but by RAG, we can make the LLM answer about these questions. This by steps, because we want LLM answer about untraining data, unseen data. We gather the information from the whole internet or from internet. This information load crawl the data from, for example, from website, from document, from research, from PDF, from video, images, any source. Then also we work on language change, or we use to as framework language change. We use the loader in the language change. Then we split the document to small document called chunk. This chunk we use embedding model. What do you know embedding model, or anyone here know about embedding model? What's the main rule for embedding model? It is just to know about the relation, the semantic meaning, the relation between any token that fit. So we use the embedding model to find the semantic meaning, the relation between token, between small chunk. Then it is become vectors. These vectors store in vector store, or called vector databases. After that, it is ready to retrieve. Okay, this is the first, let's say, first steps to store the information that we need augmented the LLM. If user ask anything about, for example, let's say this event, the query embedding by the same model, then we use the retriever for find the similarity between the query of user and the vector store or vector database. We are fetch the result and pass the result to LLMs. LLMs can understand the whole result and show to the user the insight from this result in a simple way that can understand without go through the whole links as Google search do. That's
Thank
simple,
you
yeah,
for the
yeah.
detailed answer. That's a full answer. Thank you so much. This will bring me to my following question, actually, which is one of the critical points of any AI pipeline, which is the data. Data can take around 60 to 70%, especially if you don't have it, or even if you have it, you might take much time to customize it, especially working maybe Lina on offensive language, and it comes in Arabic on real-time data. So I would like to hear from you, if you could please share us the process from the data collection to the labeling to the pre-processing, and how do you ensure that this data is high quality in order for us to have good results from these AI models?
Sure. Actually, data collection or data in AI, most of the time it's a challenge. But actually, in our case, it was the easy thing to get because we have millions of records of data for the offensive language. Because the nature of people while they are playing, sometimes they get anger. So unfortunately, they post for each other some language. And one of from the business side, actually, we take for these people. So we might the action for silent them for weeks or somehow. So we have efforts. And to solve this problem, we know that we have, alhamdulillah, nowadays we have pre-trained models. So we fetch a few records, or these records, about thousands of records, around the first tutorial about to train these. Yeah. So getting these data, ensuring the data we have it in Arabic. So we have a lot of data. The first questions that came to our mind, do we have to train our own model based on our data or using the pre-trained models that nowadays available? So in the industry, actually, for the time-saving concerns, let's go for the pre-trained models. What the things that we find it, which is in reality, that normally we clean the data once first thing we do in the pre-processing, let's clean the data, let's keep only the text. And this is what we did at the first trial. Once we train the model in the training and the experiment, okay, the results in the testing was impactful, very nice that we reach 90% accuracy. Wow, 90 or 92% accuracy in the testing, that's great. So once we go for the deployment, in the deployment we saw that the performance around 70. So in the deployment, we expect that in the deployment the results or the accuracy for the model will be downgraded. But we back to the data itself. Like we said a question, why we have to clean the data? Why we didn't keep the data as it is from the user and retrain the model or the pre-trained models without cleaning the data? And the surprise is that after we do the experiments, we do the splitting of the data, and the testing, we get 90% results or around the 90s. Once we deploy this model, there is what we saw that in the deployment, in the real time, while people they are playing, the accuracy of the model got
accuracy, 92% in the accuracy. So we got a conclusion that without cleaning the data, for keep the natural language as it is from the user, and with no processing, keep it as it is, use the pre-trained models, the Arabic pre-trained models. Actually, we used, there was in the experiments, that we tried different models and so. So we got the Marber that gives us a good accuracy. And then the deployment, without cleaning the data, we got a better results. So this is actually the shortest story from the collecting, from the deployment, where without cleaning the data, we got the better results actually.
It makes your life easier and your job easier, and it will give higher accuracy.
Yes,
well,
exactly.
That's interesting. My second question is actually the same as that I asked Lina to Maha. Maha, you worked on NLP projects, and you worked also on computer vision projects. Could you please tell us more on the data, working with the data pre-processing, and how you train these models on, from your perspective, working with different applications?
Sure. So first of all, the data pre-processing technique is, or the data pre-processing phase is the most critical phase in our organization because of many reasons. One of the reasons is lack of the data. So I was the data scientist leader at one of the highlighted project, which is Mulham. Mulham is Arabic Saudi chatbot. In this project, we start from underground because we are dealing with Arabic data. So as you know, the Arabic data is very lag. And even if you want to gather the data, it's very difficult because all the pre-trained models and all the tools now in the available, it's already dedicated for English. So it's very hard for us to actually collecting this data. So as I said, it's very difficult. So we start from underground. The first stage, we start with the data collection. We start collecting the data from many resources, but as you know, the data we found is not cleaned enough to be ready for the model, and still it's lag. So we use a generative AI to generate more Arabic data. And then we go to the other stage, which is labeling. Labeling the data, sometimes we use an existing expert engineer, and sometimes we use a pre-trained model to label this data. After that, after the labeling, we are starting with the data pre-processing. The data pre-processing is different to the use cases. An example, in Mulham, the data pre-processing was very difficult because we create from scratch our tools, the spell checking tools, the grammar tools, and even everything about the data, the Arabic data, we design it from scratch. On the other hand, as I mentioned before, in the safety violation detection system, it was very easy to do the data pre-processing because the image problem is very common and you can find it online. And last thing, the quality assurance, to make sure the data is in a good quality, we use hybrid approach, which sometimes we use manual checking by human, or we can use a pre-trained model. Even this, sometimes the data is not qualified enough, and we need to redo the whole process. At the end, I just want to make a highlight that quality of the data is the backbone of the AI. If your data is not qualified enough, it means a disaster.
Thank you so much, Maha. As we always say, maybe even in classes, to the students, we always say garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have good quality data, you wouldn't have good quality models that work and be able to identify things. So my next question is going to be to Lina. Can you please tell us more about the strategies or the methods that you use in order to choose which evaluation metric that you use for these models, or which even model that you use in order to train or even deploy in your system?
Actually, we take care about the results or the accuracy of that we are going to target. So in the experiments, the first time we do the experiment with binary classification, and in the binary classification, once you have a balanced data, you will go for accuracy. But once you have a multi-class label or multi-label data, you will take care of the if measure. This is from the matrix or if the evaluation matrix to evaluate the model. To choose the model, actually we go for experiments as well. So we do our experiments with Albert, the well-known pre-trained Arabic repeater from Google, and also in the meanwhile we do the experiments with Marbert, and from the experiments we see that the Marbert gives us better results. And we go to ask our question, why this better results? Actually, Marbert is trained also on a public data like Twitter, and so they have massive data from this type. And our problem actually is dealing with also human language, or the dialects, the human language, the natural people language. So Marbert actually in that case gives us better result, so we go for Marbert.
So basically, it's the essence of the field of machine learning, being empirical.
Exactly.
Just testing, using different methods and see what provide us with better results. So for production, did you find, like, especially when you work on real-time data, do you find like some models perform better than other models in terms of size, in terms of storage, or what is the criteria for selecting models that can work on real-time data?
Actually, it depends on the goal. The goal, it was we don't care that much about the cost. We will have the cost for handling everything, but we care about the quality and the accuracy, because it will reduce actually the load of our employees for detection, for filtering these data. So in that case, our models, we don't care about which model, because our goal is to have the high accuracy model. So even it's Gigas nowadays, the Marbert model, it's okay for us to deal with that.
Okay, thank you, Lina. Going back to Ruqya and working on a search engine targeting the MENA area, can you please tell us more on the challenges that you are facing in developing such a product?
Okay. Working in the LLM, it is a big challenge because the size of LLM, this is the first challenge. And other challenge, the target, our goal for Arabic. When I started this project, our main goal to focus in Arabic language and dialect, as Lina mentioned, it is a big challenge to get a best LLM that support Arabic language and it is dialect. One of also our goals to, if for example, let's explain by example, if any student in university want to search about something, search paper, and he want to the result to be in Arabic, not support Arabic. How make it in the result in Arabic? If search in Arabic or English, it is the key in the embedding model, multi-language embedding model. But still, if we have multi-language embedding model, we still not supported or not accurate in Arabic to find the semantic learning between English and Arabic. So if we want a solution that support Arabic, we need to fine-tuning this model, and this is a big challenge, and we need a big budget. So, and we need a data set. data set, I want in this place to say big thanks for بلهجتك. Okay.
Thank you.
It is one option to use this data, and I want to say congratulations to publish this data set, which I think will support us in our project in the future when go to fine-tuning any open source model. This is the second challenge. So also in deploying, if we go to fine-tuning and deploying the size of large language model, it's a big challenge in term fine-tuning, inference, also as well. So do you learn about small large language model? I think from the BIM this point, or the challenge for large language model, some people prefer to use a small large language, SLM, to fix or to reduce the effect of latency and delay and speed. Okay, how to deal, let's see in another question, how to deal with the latency in inference.
Okay, thank you so much, Ruqya, on your answer. I think that's really interesting, and the challenge is real, and that's why Bilagetic was produced at some point from here, starting from here, from WADS, I think 2022, yes, into 2022, where the data was collected and it produced to support the Arabic NLP, because there is a huge lack in the data sets, as you highlighted, and also in the LLM, whereas like there is the conversation, should you develop foundational models trained from scratch on Arabic NLP, or should we fine-tune it? And I think you highlighted, and also Lina, and as well Maha, this is the challenge goes across section in different industries and different even use cases, from chatbot to offensive language detection to web search engine. Going to the following question, which is, what is the consideration that you usually, Lina, take in consideration when you deploy your models? Is it similar to what Ruqya mentioned, or do you have other things that you should consider before deploying your model or during the deployment? Because I think you have an interesting use case where you tested your model for a period of months, then you tried it on production.
Actually, in the deployment, the models, once we are dealing with a game where there is hundred thousands of people, they are now syncing to the application at the current level. It was like a bit of making the decision, make this model live or within the game itself, or separate it, or launch it, for example, in a separate server. So one of the deployment challenges is the response time from the model to the action itself. So one of the things we have to minimize the input size. Minimizing the input size, it will give us the better performance of responding the model to the classifying this the input. So in deployment, we care about the responsiveness from the model in the cloud. Actually, this is a challenge, one of the challenges in deployments.
Actually, I was intrigued by Ruqya's answer when she mentioned SLMs or large language models. Have you tried on the cloud deploying small LLMs to enhance the results, or did you change maybe in the pre-processing?
Again, sorry, the question.
So when the latency is a huge problem when deploying the large language models. So did you change to SLM, or did you change in the pre-processing?
No, we keep it the same, but we host it from in the server. We make the server larger to host the model. So in this, no, actually we go for expanding the server to load the model because we want to keep the accuracy as it is without reducing the model itself.
Okay, thank you so much, Lina. We'll go back to Ruqya, where Ruqya, you have a diverse experience in startups and mentor startups, and actually you're working right now at Filer, which is a startup. Could you please let us know or communicate with us how can you ensure the success of your AI project in such environments, and what are the key considerations to take by data engineers or developers or maybe the management?
Okay. Actually, the communication is the key of success. We start the whole effort in the program management leader, which follow many steps to keep the communication between teams. Actually, we are currently 3 teams, DevOps and infrastructure, AI team, and development team. Actually, we start every stage by brainstorm. We discuss how we can reach to our goals. We are put the milestone. After putting the milestone, so we are the whole team of agree about the milestone, which is milestone, and put the schedule and timeline to develop the core features that decide to go through it. After that, the schedule meeting between the team itself and between the whole team in the of Filer. So we have the schedule meeting between the team. One of it it's technical, and the other it is for general meeting, so that make all the person or all the employee in the same page, so we know every person of everything, the progress of every team, and the strategy of lead the project management, for example, agile, the sprint, stand-up meeting, document everything. Okay, it's very, very important, I think, in my opinion, if the teams document everything. So just new employee enter, so just read the documentation to now to quickly engage with the team. So meeting, put the milestone, documentation for everything, and that's it. I think the key of success for any project.
Thank you so much, Ruqya, for your answer. And I think I will highlight something that you mentioned, which is documenting everything, because sometimes the students argue that we don't need to write reports, everything is digital, it can be found easily. As you can see, one of the key success factors in developing successful AI project, which is documentation. Documentation, ladies, is very important. Unfortunately, you cannot basically escape from, even when you work. So thank you so much for your answer. My question also will go to you, Ruqya. I can see that from your diverse background, work in open source project, volunteering, mentoring, how did you navigate that as an AI? I'm sure that you started interested only in AI, but how did you go from this to this to this? This actually might help our students or young researchers or early career to help them navigate their path.
Yeah, actually my volunteer experience in the community also support AI, so I am not so far from the AI area, so but the community give me a lot, give me the networking, and give me the experience to or the soft skills. Okay, we deal with different people from different ages, from different countries, or not just from Saudi Arabia, from another company, the global community. It has given me the communication skills, give me networking, help me a lot. So I recommend, I encourage every student here to not just focus in your job, just job. Go out the job, because you didn't be in this job forever. So build yourself. I encourage every student to take a step to build his own brand, social media brand, or any brand as expert in his domain or her domain. Try to learn from other people, communicate to other people, attend events. The open source community is very, very, very useful for everyone. So, and easily to go to the open source community. Just go to any project which exists in GitHub, clone it, contribute in it. And so you know a lot of people, and everyone to share his experience in this project. In open source especially, you find some people to review your code, give you feedback. So, and it is very easily. Some students usually looking for training. This is easily way to training and get feedback from people with high skills in the domain.
Thank you so much. With my closing question, I think it will be a light question, and I'm personally interested in, which is for all my panelists. A single resource, or maybe a single tool that made your life easier or your journey easier in your job as an AI engineer. So maybe we will start with Maha. What is the resource or the tool that you wished you have known before, or you said, like, I wish someone told me about this. It's really amazing and made my life easier.
Actually, Google is your first friend. So everything you can find in Google. So this is the only thing I can tell you. Always search. Always try to be up to date with the technology, because nowadays we are running. Keep up, and maybe one of the things I should know before, maybe it is the hardware, because as you know, we are AI engineer, and always they think we are only in the software level. But when I start my job, I know that we are not only working in the software, we should know about the hardware. And not always in our university we touch on the hardware. So I just recommend, maybe you can search about NVIDIA certificate. And yes.
Thank you so much. I think our computer engineering students will be happy about that, because they work on hardware, and Maha, you provided them with a great answer. You need hardware knowledge when you work on AI, ladies. So maybe we will have the answer from Lina.
I would go, she said, Google it. I'll say ChatGPT. Ask a ChatGPT, actually. It will help you and save your time a lot while you're working. But no, as an AI engineer, actually, there is a website or a platform, a great platform that they post the challenges, which is Kaggle. I do really recommend you to participate in Kaggle. There are a lot of challenges. Go and participate in solving these challenges, because they have data sets. You can use your own data set and let others actually do some experiments on it and so on. So Kaggle, my personal advice for you is to participate in Kaggle. There's a lot of competitions there, so you will enjoy a lot while you're working with the colleagues or with the data scientists there.
And it's actually, there is a very good prizes goes on Kaggle. So you will not only learn, but you will
earn money as well.
Yes.
Exactly.
Finally, with Ruqya.
Okay, they mentioned Kaggle, so the practical part. I will complete the theory part. So you need the knowledge how to get an AI field in general. Every day there are new something announcement about any product, LLM, anything. Always new search, research appear or announcement. So you need the knowledge. You need to be updated. That's what I mean. You need to be updated. You need to be continuous learning. So how to get to this goal? By subscribe in newsletter. Some of famous people that always, like for example, Hugging Face. Now I am focused because I am focused on the hug. Everyone work in Hugging Face. I follow him just because they always post about the new and the new announcement about AI. So subscribe in newsletter, follow the active people or the star people in AI to get the knowledge. In addition, what Lina mentioned about practice in Kaggle, in GitHub, by contribute in open source, and that is it. Just the two part, the knowledge and the skills by practice, the knowledge by learning.
Thank you so much to my esteemed guests. Thank you, Maha. Thank you, Lina. And thank you, Ruqayya. And thank you, everyone, for listening. I hope you enjoyed the sessions, and we will continue with WIDS. Thank you so much.
Thank you, esteemed guests. So I have an announcement before, while we're finalizing the poster session winners. I think you're all waiting for that. So I want to announce about the 2 technical workshops that we're going to have. There's one that's going to be related to the Datathon, the Women in Data Science Datathon on equity in healthcare. So for that, it's going to be in building 57. Immediately when you exit the door from here, you're gonna find the door to building 57. It's in the 2nd floor, room number 319. So there we will have the technical workshop on the Datathon related to health equity in healthcare. Again, the room number 319. In the 2nd floor, building 57. It will start at 2:30. For the 2nd workshop, the one related to building LLM applications, it will be in this auditorium. Also, it will start at 2:30. You don't have to receive the confirmation for the registration to attend, so you can just stay here or go there if you want to attend the Datathon. And I hope to hear some winners, let's say, from KFUPM and IU and all our guests. Ready? So between the closing and the Datathon starts, we're going to have refreshments outside, and it's another opportunity for you to look at the posters that you didn't have time to see and to do some more, build some more connections. Also, for the mentoring session, whoever already registered for mentoring, it will also be starting from 2:30 in building 57, room 325. Okay?
So we're over for today. As we close the curtains of the 5th Women in Data Science at KFUPM, I'm very honored this year to serve as an ambassador. It was a big honor for me, and I learned a lot from that experience. And I would like to extend my special thanks to Esma Yamani, who gave me that opportunity and taught me a lot in this experience. Thank you so much, Esma, for that. So unfortunately, despite the challenges posed by the unexpected weather, the rains, I know that some roads are blocked, and despite that, you guys came, so thank you so much for that. We really appreciate your coming. That unfortunately impacted our participant numbers, but still, we actually secured a good number of participants this year. We had 4 keynote speaks, 200 plus in-person attendees, 200 plus online attendees, so thank you so much all for attending. This year's conference has showcased not only cut-edging research and innovation, but it also strengthened our community. It empowered the new generation of women in data science. Your dedication and passion of everyone who came to give keynote speaks, to give poster sessions is really inspiring for us. The new addition to this year is the mentorship session, which I hope you all benefited from. This was actually an unplanned idea. It suddenly came across into our mind, and we did it. And we are really thrilled to see the positive impact of the mentoring session. I would like to thank all the participants, speakers, organizers, particularly the team in KFUPM. They have been instrumental in making this event successful, so thank you so much for them. We would like to extend our thanks to KICS for their support and their organization of this event and helping us. And especially, I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Mu'taz Al-Faraj, who was with us, who supported us, and was very cooperative with us right to the last minute. So thank you so much, Doctor, for the support and cooperation. Furthermore, I want to acknowledge the tireless dedication of our organizers. Durriya Al-Umari, thank you so much. Wadh Al-Matar, thank you so much for being with us. Rahaf Jabir for organizing the volunteers. Thank you so much for your organization. And for KICS team, we would like to especially thank Rana for always being with us, answering our endless messages. So thank you so much, Rana. Today, we actually had to arrive early morning at 6:30 a.m. to organize and do the last things, check the microphones, check the sounds, organize the posters. So I really thank the organizers for coming very early today and make this event successful. This was something I wanted to say. I would like to congratulate the IAU seniors for their graduation. We had the highest number of graduation posters from them. Last year, I was with them, and I used to tell them that I can't wait until to see your graduation projects. And a year passed very quickly, and now you are here presenting your graduation projects. I'm really proud of you. So all the best in your future career. And we hope in future to see more number of KFUPM graduate and undergraduate students also participating in the poster sessions. We are really looking forward to see your projects too. So it was grateful. I have no words to express how happy I am to be the ambassador this year. And I hope you liked the organization of that event this year. Thank you so much. So we'll come now to the poster session. Let's see who won the awards. So do you want to know who won, or you're still not? Okay. So let's see together. I would like to welcome Dr. Mu'taz Al-Faraj. A special thanks and big clap for him, please. Would you like to? So I think we want you to wait more, like just to let you think about who's the winners.
So the third place, primitive diagnosis of hypertension using computational intelligence techniques from IEU. So one of the team can, or maybe all the team can come to take the certificate. Also from IEUs, IBANA stuttering, disfluency detection and correction using AI. And the first place winner from KFUPM, 3D object classification with ablation-derived multi-view deep model. Congratulations to all the winners, and we would like to thank all the participants.
answer winners. Looking forward, I'm excited about with continued success. And I wish to see you again next year. And I'm looking forward for your project and inspiring talks. Thank you so much.